Why, hello there, Mr. Pluck. How are you today? Welcome in. Just getting squared away here. Get everything set up and happy. Let us make with the making of things. Let's get you fired up and get you closed. And we will make sure I start my database container. We'll need that. How is the guitar progressing there, Mr. Pluck? We have test people, we have test characters, excellent. Make sure that's good. Okay. So, while I was dealing with other stuff, I came to some conclusions. Let's get this. Make sure we're ready in case any little bots visit us today to drop the ban hammer. So I came to a couple of conclusions. First and foremost, I came to the conclusion, well, let me back up. First thing I did was I read up about metaprogramming in Go, and it is a thing. We can use Go Generate. There's also some standard library support for parsing Go files and you know, extracting stuff from it. So the loose plan is that we can make some assumptions. We can make the assumption that we will have a map. So let me clean all this mess up real quick. Let's just close down. All that, we'll want game manager still. So we can assume that we will have a map of some kind. Now, How we handle extending it is still kind of up in the air, but we're going to have that module. And because of the way Go's packaging system works, if we put another file in the same package next to it, whether that be generated or user manually programs, we should be able to still access it. And theoretically, I think the next step when we go to start implementing that is that we're going to have to generate Git handlers. But for right now, it's just going to say move, right? And that's going to be sufficient to unblock us and get us going. We're going to have only one handler is sort of the plan for each command type, right? Because there's no way to orchestrate a multi-step thing from within the module that handles it, right? Eventually, we're going to need to be able to, when we handle command, we can return an interface. And the reason I did this is so that the module doesn't need to know what this looks like, really. It can be situational. What it actually needs to be right now is an action, if appropriate, to where, hey, I did this thing. I need somebody else who handles whatever else to handle this second step. We'd like to avoid that, but if we have to, we can return it, and then Game Manager can put it into the next action loop, right? Kind of my loose plan for that. So, what I went ahead and did was I roughed in a movement system that actually moves the characters on the map and fires off notifications. And that's all working and happy. We have some public-facing functions that we can use. But at the end of the day, it really just is self-contained, right? And then under the hood, we have the ability to do whatever we want. So we say the game manager calls Git handlers. It says, I know how to handle this list of command types. We're calling it for now. All modules need to be able to do that. They'll satisfy the interface. And then we'll call handle command, which will switch on the command that's given. We'll switch on the this should be, why is that switching correctly? This should be command type. Wait, no, okay. It's because this is what gets put into the action as it gets built. Okay, that's why. So we switch on that. If it's a move command, we do our move function here. We have some helpers. And we send notices to the room. We move the character within our test map. Everything's happy. And so kind of our next thing that I want to do is right now, and I gotta think if I want to do this in this PR or not. And I think the answer is going to be not. We'll probably merge this in open one. But our notifications, as I was working with them, if we feed a protocol message to the notify channel. That works, that's fine. But when we come in here to character, and this effectively just passes it back to something, right? Now I got to think about this. It was kind of a stray thought as I was finishing up yesterday. Right now, the client handler, when it gets a message, it needs to marshal it and send it out. So every notification gets marshaled. So that's not ideal. But so I was thinking if we just make this a byte array, then we can handle the marshalling once and then fire it off at the clients, right? But now I'm also considering the use case where we fire this at some other kind of handler, like an AI handler, NPC handler, something like that. Then we would have to unmarshal it to look inside of it and get the information on what it is. And that's not ideal either. We'll have to think about that a little bit further. But I think let's right now go ahead. Let's clean this up. Just get everything folded. Organize our thoughts. Right now, let's make sure that everything's passing, which it should be. Needs to rebuild because a bunch of stuff has changed. Noticed something last time. Make sure / apologize. Any comments from me shouldn't take you into analysis process. Oh no, they don't. As I see it, you're training your decide and act muzzle here. Don't let my or anyone hinder the process and progress. I don't. The decide and act muscle is well trained. I usually, it's a fairly standard pattern for me, is that I will spend some time trying to think about the different approaches, kind of like we did, and it was good to have an extra point of view, right? I'll think about the best approaches given sort of the things I can anticipate, or try my best to, right? You're never going to get everything, but you can kind of refine your ideas a little bit. And once I pick a direction that I'm pretty confident gives me what I want, in a way that's flexible and changeable, right? That's important. And is reasonably clean and sane to maintain and deal with later. Once I have settled on the best version of that I can think of, then I go, which is what I've done. I went. But yeah, it's good to have an extra, one or more extra viewpoints, especially if they are informed viewpoints. So I definitely appreciate your contributions and, kind of kicking ideas around, because they can let loose other things, knock free a new idea that's, a third thing maybe. But yeah. Oh, the other thing. One second. I don't know if this is going to show up well or not with the background removal, but I have acquired... It's just removing it. I have acquired Writing an Interpreter in Go by Thorsten Ball. I had Primogen's stream up while I was cooking the other day, and he highly recommended this book. And writing the command parser is looming large in my mind as one of the big foundational steps that's coming up, right? So soon, I think we will detour and start consuming this book and following along with it. And I'll see how good that is for... Oop, I'm just going to kick my microphone nonstop with this book. I'll see how good it is for stream content, or if it's just a lot of silence and reading. But I intend to follow along. Did you ever read the Red Dragon book? I don't think I have. It doesn't sound familiar. I'm a learn by doing kind of guy. So books are a thing I struggle with unless they are hands-on. Compilers, principles, techniques, and tools. Let me just jot this down. And we'll take a look at this as well. If Firefox will cooperate. He's not even red, he's purple. I'll have to dig into this a little more. They probably updated it with this high quality 3D render to be more modern. Oh, that's all. It's as big as it gets. But I'll have to dig into it a little more and see if it's something that I can get through and extract value from. I start to lose interest and focus when they just go into endless theory. Right, it is. I start to lose interest and focus when they get into computer science navel gazing, right? I write code to build things. That's what I'm interested in. And I have a really hard time absorbing those dense, you know, very formalized sort of materials that are so prevalent in computer science literature. Okay. And that's what that's what attracted me to this book particularly, was his blurb about it was something like, "This is the book I wish I had, and it's for you if you like hands-on and learn by doing." And I was like, "Oh, yes, that is me." All right. Getting sidetracked here, which is perfectly fine, but we do want to make some progress, and just for gotcha. Okay, enjoy. I appreciate you lurking anyway. And we'll be here, you know, for our regularly scheduled 4 hours of coding when you return, if you so choose. I need to double check. Look and see if I guess we can throw that up. Look and see if I made we'll worry about that later. This will need to go sooner-ish. This we double check. I believe I did this as part of this just because it was in my way. Yeah, we have login and log out. So this is actually done. We do need to do this. That's its own. That's a new thing on its own. This will... This is gonna have to live. So this needs to come after that. Okay, so that's correct. That can come after, that's fine. These are kind of things to come later. That we can still reconsider later. That we can consider probably before these. That's fine. This can come before that, it's fine. All that I think is okay. This just needs to go away. We do need that. We need the new lines for the receiving buffer. and we'll have to think about that a little bit. But for now, I'm pretty sure we need them. This does need to get fixed pretty soon. This needs to get fixed pretty soon or looked at. This might be a cogent dependent thing. We'll have to see. This probably goes before that. Okay. We're going to now that we've kind of groomed our backlog a little bit, get in here. Make us a PR. Oh, nope. This, we're gonna call this good for this chunk of work. That's good. Squared away here. Merge, confirm. Delete. Let's get you wrangled up together. Then we'll get this. All up to date. Clean that up in case we haven't. Yeah, we did. Okay. What do we want to tackle next? For the start of today, you go to complete. Let's fix this first. Because it's annoying for testing. And then we need to go yeah, there's nothing in there yet. Kind of on the to-do list as well. We should add tests for some of these little helpers, but that can come later. Let's clean this up real quick. One day, they'll give me a button that only folds the top level. I hope. All right. Now, let's reproduce a crash so that we have an error message fresh in our minds. are you? Crazy. There we go. Ooh, is that interesting? That's a thing we might want to report. Why would it clear a field on a redraw? I think we need to tie these directly to what to fix. You need to tie these to the variable. That's a thing that you can do. The new Cogent documentation site should be up. Let's see if we can get to it from here still. I believe we can. Was it learn more? Yes. This is not the new. I might have to clear. Should be. There should be a search button on the new one. There. Finally. Okay, so. But now I've lost. Why have I completely lost my categories? This is deeply annoying. Let's do this. Can I not do that? Okay, clear data for the site. So this is like the new home page, but where did the doc page go? Maybe let's get started. Okay. That's annoying. Where are my full docs, guys? The playground's a nice touch. Next field. Let's do that. Okay. What the heck? Why isn't this easier to get to? Okay. So there should be... I think it was actually... Okay. Events. Okay, error, we don't want that. We don't want that. This is still events. It's not helping me. There should be It's not. It's a text editor, so I wouldn't expect to see it there necessarily. Content? Okay, that is problematic. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone for now. It's frustrating. We're gonna go back to what we were doing. Kind of got rabbit hole or bunny trailed there. Okay, so we have our connection, and then if the server, oh no, goes away, we get an error. Good. We expect that. It's ugly. We should... Category client internal. We need to listen to that, I think, is going to be... Yeah, failed to get reader, failed to read frame. Makes sense. So let's take a look at our game screen server. In the case of, we need to listen to... Does it go? It'll go in there. We will listen to client internal here. And then that's a category. What gets sent from wait, was that it's not in dial, it's in read. Client internal, connection lost. That's what should be firing. Oh, okay, I see what I did. This should all go, but also we should... It's because we never subscribed to client internal, I think. Because this should all work. Yeah, we disconnect. As part of disconnect, we close. We also need to... We open the login page. And we don't have... Yeah, okay. I think that's all we actually needed to do, was to correctly subscribe to that. Unless I'm missing an additional piece of the puzzle. Okay. And then we will... Oh, no. Yes. Oh, why are you over there? It's fine. That was easier than I expected. And then let's make sure that the server does this. We can get back in. Fantastic. Let's also double check. If it goes away and comes back, yeah, we're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This is kind of messy, but maybe let's spread this out a little bit so it's just easier to read. So we do want to make sure those differs happen. We could probably put that in a loop, but I don't think we really gain anything from it. I think we'll be fine here. And we're just going to roll with that. So that's good. Let's clear out our screens just so we have a tidy starting place. And then let's also, while we're kind of doing chores again, just go make sure that this is up to date. Why it's taking so long. We'll just do a cheeky update of this indirect. Yo, let's go. Hello, blah. Welcome in. We are indeed going. Reminds me, I need to double check. Consider an ECS for it. What do you mean by an ECS? An entity control system? And let's go ahead. Entity component system. What would that look like in your mind for a mud engine? Guess large number of CPU cache. Yeah, what would that look like? Okay, now that we have done that, that's done. Let's see. There should be a way to do this. Let's tackle this. Find attributes / properties that are applied to mobs, items, rooms, etc. Yes. That's kind of just how things would have to be in the way things are currently laid out. And as far as I'm aware, that's kind of the standard way to tackle that task, right? If you have a character and you want to give a some kind of bonus to their stats, right? Whether that be from an item or a ability, you know, a racial trait, something like that. Like orcs get +2 strength, right? Or whatever. That all just gets applied in a stack and calculated on the character, as far as I'm aware, usually. Scrolling. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and merge this one since we're done. Difference is the characters get iterated in that case versus the component being added / removed. I'm trying to wrap my head around how the characters get iterated in that case. Currently character stuff lives in its own package, so it's responsible for itself. Basically make a uncomplex, easiest and go. There are indeed many ways to skin the cat, and I'm not sure exactly how I want to skin it in all regards just yet. I've never written a mud engine in Go before, which is why we're writing one. But as things develop, we'll just have to figure it out. So we're up to date there. Let's actually clean up our branch, and then we're going to tackle scrolling to the end. ECS separates a lot of those things. An entity might just be an ID with a bunch of components attached. I mean, at some level, something has to be aware of that thing, right? So in this case, the character manager is responsible for loading a character from the database, or I don't know where it'll live yet, but something will have to know how to load items from the database, and that'll be from an ID. Registering the ID with the component systems. Yeah, I don't... I don't really... I would have to read into them more. I don't know what that would gain me currently, right? Because you have to have... Like, you would have to feed in everything to that and then get something back, and then... Yeah, I don't know. We'll worry about that a little later. Right meow. We're still early days, and today we're kind of doing a couple chores to start off. We're fixing a couple little bugs that I have noticed as I was working on stuff. And, yes, we need... fix... Oop. That squared away, and then we have to go back here. And we need text editor. What's this GitHub feature with project management? I haven't seen that. This is just GitHub projects. It's built into GitHub. There's a couple different boards that you can have. I like a Kanban-ish board. I've clearly got other things kind of broken out. Yeah, it's I don't think you have to pay for it. I have just like the basic membership that allows me to have some stuff. It's very cheap. It's like $5. But I think this is free nowadays. And I think you just go to your repository and hit projects, and then there's an option to create new. But it's been a minute since I created a new one, so you might have to dig around. Might be wrong. They might have moved it. Go away, please, with that corner. Thank you. We need text editor. There should be... I don't think I want a text field, though. Yeah, I don't. This is not. What's the requirement for you to accept memberships? No, you're good. I look over periodically. Like YouTube memberships, I probably need to be partner or whatever on YouTube. And because this is kind of a new experiment, I'm not there yet. But that's probably where it would have to be. Or I would have to be. I forget what they call it in YouTube land. Twitch has 2 levels. There's an affiliate and partner, and then YouTube has, I think, just the one, and then you just grow from there if you're lucky. Hopped up on caffeine goofballs. I don't know what a caffeine goofball is, but I've got my caffeinated beverage here as well. Tell Twitch folks to dual subscribe. I'm not anything on Twitch either. I've only been streaming for I think 3 weeks, and last week I was not streaming because I had issues at my house and I had to fix that. So this is not helpful today. Their docs are still very much a work in progress, and I need to drop into their Slack channel and be like, hey, so let's take a look. We need to look at game screen. And I don't want to look at it here. Let's go to the docs on the go. New editor gives me an editor. Tell me more. Nope. Not quite what I want. This is a diff editor. I don't want a diff editor. Just a text editor. Cursor. Is there like a thing I can... Okay, that doesn't tell me that much. Cursor to next link. Cursor to start doc. What about cursor to end doc? That seems like it would be useful. Jump to line. Position. I suspect probably tells me. Config scrolls. That's an interesting name. Ooh. Auto scroll editors. That looks even more like what I want. Goes on a buffer. So what if I say auto scroll editors? What then happens? Start up our server. Start up our client. Give it a second to build. Okay. That's good enough for now. It's weird that it... Oh, my text is cut off in general. Okay. That's kind of wonky. Why doesn't it extend all the way? I'll worry about that later. Scrolling works. That's what we need for testing. I'm happy with that. And that was also easier than I had hoped or dreamed. You're using coordinates. What happens when then somewhere isn't in a Cartesian direction? We don't yet. Right now, the movement system is brand new, and the easiest, simplest implementation was Cartesian directions. My test map is just a 10 by 10 square right now. Let's see here. We need to go ahead. Done with that. Much to my surprise, that was way easier. Output scrolling. Done. And merged. Convert. All right. Let's take a look at this. Closed my tab too soon. There's a... this wasn't helpful. We need to go back here. There's a kind of annoying delay in the UI. And if we can fix that easily, I would like to. This is buffers. It's not where we want to be. We want to be in editor. I wonder if it's on widget too, possibly. Render widget? I'm not quite sure that's what we want. Set output sets for setting the buffers. I don't want twin editors. Don't think. I wonder if it is on. Theoretically, text editor is a widget, so I wonder if it's just a widget thing. Maybe a frame thing? Let's go up one level to frame. Auto scroll. Interesting. Why would that be on a frame? Position scrolls. Render widget again. Scroll geometry. So this is for like customizing the scroll bars, I think. We don't necessarily want. Turn down a hot second. Update stacked visibility. Nope. Do I have the ability? Canvas is actually a different thing than you might expect. It's not just the canvas. It's for drawing stuff, I think. I don't want to be in function buttons. Text field. This might give me... Yeah, everything just has a render. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder if a text editor has the ability to start and stop a cursor as well. Because I would like to not have the cursor visible in the output. It's kind of just a thing for polish, though, so I haven't worried about it too much. And it's also possible that this is not something that's currently kind of supported or easy to do. Let's go back to my frame stuff here. Or not frame. Text editor stuff here. And actually, now that I think about it, it could be on a buffer. On change. That's just an event listener. On input, also just an event listener. One line using insert, LF at the end of line. Oh, that's interesting. Eventually we'll have to get into displaying better text, but for right now we'll leave that alone. Take one more quick peek through this, and then we might just have to poke them in Slack and be like, hey, this is what I want to do. Am I stupid? driven by buffer. Sending update events out to the editors. Use needs render to drive and render update for any changes that not change the line level layout of the text. Use needs layout whenever there are changes across lines that require relayout of the text. This sets the needs render flag and triggers layout during that render. So if we but here we just write to it. This would require us to have a handle on R. Let's see. If we were to oh, maybe this. Set batch. Default 200 milli. Okay. Maybe that's the answer. Let's go for funsies. Set batch. I will say, let's just go 1 millisecond and see if that's good. We just need to restart our clients. Yes. Okay. 1 millisecond may be slightly aggressive, but that is much better. Let's say 100. Let's just see how that feels. Feels pretty good. think I like that more. Let's do... let's drive that by a constant so that we can later tie that to a config perhaps, or just output refresh rate. Keep it in one place that's easier to find. And let's do how did they word it? We'll borrow their wording because how much time to wait while batching output. So I suspect what it's doing is it has like a loop, and anytime it sees a change, it's gonna put all the changes on the screen. 1 second. So the I like having a little bit of a delay as they come in, I think, for now. And I should have done this. That's fine. Put that in there. Oops. Thank you. Push that up. Let's get rid of this for now. I think we're done with that. We'll merge this because that was nice and easy and tidy. One of those little bitty time-consuming things that just need to get ironed out eventually, and it's gonna bother me until I don't. So now is good time. All right, that's done. Let me go back over here. Let's clean up. Make sure everything is all tidied. We're ready to rock. And then I'm gonna go use the restroom right quick, so I'll be right back. Alright, now let's go take a look here and think about what let's move you real quick. That's fine. Let's go think about what we want to tackle next. The parser, for sure, is a thing that's coming. But I want to dig into that book a little bit. Ideally off stream, just to start with, to get an idea of if it's going to be interesting or not. But right meow, I think there were still some things that we can do. Let's think. We could work on giving characters some notion of skills. I don't know for sure how I want that to look yet. But if we did that, if we move this down here, let's say, if we gave them the notion of skills, then we could expose a method to ask for a skill check. Then we could add things like DCs for moving to the map and its action. That would require, so let's say this needs let's say give character the notion of a skill. That would need to come first. Then we could just wrap this in to that same task. That'd be fine. This would require us to also server game map, give tiles notion of we need like of connections between their neighbors. We would need to do that. And then once we had that, we'd be able to also add modifiers. So we could say give, oh my gosh, give a tile connector modifiers, things like i.e. Maybe hidden is interesting. You can only see that exit if you have a skill, or you can, you know, pass a check to see it. Oh, maybe requires skill, so if you don't have a certain skill, you can't use that. And or see it. Hidden requires skill, use and or see. Or maybe it could also have time to transit. Because maybe it takes you... maybe it takes you longer to go through certain things, and that could be tied to skills, it could be tied to the... or just in addition to, really. Like, if you have to swim, it could be difficulty and also time-consuming. I don't know if there's game value in that. Maybe. That would go in here. Yeah. I don't know about the time, but the rest of it, I like that kind of an idea. And then... I'm going to figure out how exactly I want to connect all that. But it mostly is going to require the character's skill. Notion to be meaningful and to be tested, kind of. I guess it could give you status effects too. Let's throw that. Yeah, question mark just to kind of indicate it's a maybe. And we'll do that. And if we're gonna do skills, we need to give characters the notion of stats as well. Because a skill almost always relies on a stat, right? And even if it doesn't, you still need those stats. So we're gonna need those. And then we'll need to also give character characters the notion of buffs and debuffs, boons and malices, whatever you want to call it. Because that's all going to play into the idea of a skill check. I don't know if we want to do that. Yeah, I think we do want to do that as part of the check. I think that's fine. And this is also a good time to add health and stuff like that. Eventually, we're going to want to come up with a way that this gets ingested from a config file, I think. Or, you know, kind of something like a config file to make it customizable. So what does that look like? Do we want to worry about that at this state? No, I don't think so. Because... oh, maybe. Let's think here. Because how is it going to know if a check is a skill it knows how to do, or error if it isn't? I guess the default behavior would just be to... well, you'd have to define a default. And that's something that's probably customizable too. Do you default to failure? Do you default to a die roll with no bonuses? What do we want to do? Let's think. Okay, yeah, no, this is easy. We don't need to worry about that yet. We can ingest it. Our skills will be a map. Our stats will be a map. Do stats need to be a map? Probably, because you might want to configure stats. Maybe you don't care about stamina. Maybe you want something else. Maybe you want psychic ability. So, let's start with stats. And then we need to also think about how do you tie the skill to a stat when everything is dynamic? The skill just has a depends on. That's what it'll do. And that'll add a bonus to the roll, I think. That's, I think, the simplest approach to start, and we can refine from there if we find that that's not serving us. So, stats is still the entry point. That's good. It's good to think about. And we'll say give stats. Get that started up. So, this will be in server. Going on to character. This is also going to involve the character manager, because it will... No, it won't involve character manager. Because it's ignorant of... It doesn't need to know about the database structure. It'll involve the character database, though. That will need to know about things. How do we want to lay this out? Worry about that in a minute. Let's start with character. Oh, actually, I think character manager holds the struct. So yeah, we will need to change that. That's fine. We have a level, we have a location. What do we wish to do here? We wish to... give you a stats object, which looks like a struct. So maybe character manager does need to have ideas about this? Maybe. Let's think here. So if we're going to load... And also if we're going to pull from a config and make it flexible, should it even be a struct? I don't think... We might want to hang methods off of it, though, to keep things nicely tidied up. So let's just wrap. Oh, I can't make that. Does it matter? Maybe not. Let's just do a map of string and integer for now. And then actually, you create a character, so you will need to know Let's drive this. Let's drive this off of a variable. And we'll call it default stat score. Should we call it stats? We should call it attributes is what we should call it. And for now, we'll just say this is 10. Let's not. Let's say it's 1. And then what we'll do is we're gonna need to think here. Let's give it a default attributes for now. And we'll say strength, agility, endurance, mind. And then for this, let's do create stat array. And you take nothing. You return a map of string int. And we'll say for throw away the index. Yeah, I don't care. Mute. That up here we'll do result make map string int. And we say result attribute is default attribute score. We're gonna have to start getting some of this dynamic stuff in as soon as possible, I think, for these systems. before we create ourselves too many future problems. Right now, return result. And then in new character, attributes is create stat array. So now they should have the default on creation. We have this. We need to do attributes. This is fine. That can be attributes. Also need to think about when we load them, if they don't have this set, or if it's different, or if we want to do, like, how do you handle updates, right? I think we'll emit empty. That's probably fine. Good, yeah, because if it's not provided, this should also be. This should all be omit empty to make sure we don't overwrite anything when we do get around to updating the database. It's another to do. So then this becomes attributes, c.attributes. We just run it through, that's fine. Same on the way back out. Should theoretically be okay. Let's open up. Let's get you. Make sure we haven't broken anything. That's good. Let's throw. We want to do. Yeah. Attributes. No, I don't want to make. I want to just create. This in place. And just make sure that we're testing. With these in place. Throw that in. Everything's still good. Excellent. Okay. We think here let's do... Let's put the changes to that into a commit. And then go back here. Create character, load character. That should all be fine and dandy. Let's get this collapse down. These should all be passing, I think. No. Why? Ah, because we'll do attributes is this is load character, so we'll just do create stat array. We'll do the same thing in here, kind of everywhere really, just to make sure we have it. You might want basic info to include this. Or do we? We'll think about it. Do same thing here. Run that so it gets cleaned up. All right, there we go. Now let's think here. think that's all we need for the manager side. So we'll add a commit. And then does character need to know anything about that yet? Character probably needs a get stat. Doesn't need a get stat. Yeah, you might say that you need a minimum of 10 strength to wield this weapon or something. So yeah, let's do... get attribute, and it'll return do we care about an error? Probably. We might want to make decisions if it's not a valid stat. So let's do that, and we'll say we can get we can do this. If it's not okay, we return -1 false. Otherwise, return score true. I guess it'd probably be maybe not score, but val. Val's fine. And then tidy this up. Test get attribute. Just borrow my setup code here. Create load. That's fine. Just get attribute. We create you, so you should have the defaults, and we then can say the length isn't the same as the length of default attributes. We can say error default attribute length of blah is not, actually I should say attribute map is not, attribute map length blah is not the same as default attribute list length blah. Or should I, yeah, let's actually, we'll do got blah expected blah to put them closer together, easy to read. Attributes, default attributes. Correct placement of parentheses will help. Okay. And then we can say for key, I don't even care about the, well, yeah, key val, range, char attributes, if val is not equal default attribute score, invalid attribute score for key got this expected that key val default attribute score. Good. We should also why do I don't need any of this except for, let's do this. So I'm not actually using that struct. We could clean that up. Like so. And now let's make sure that we correctly fail. Yes, we do that. Let's also make sure that if we change this, we also correctly fail. We do. Brilliant. Remove the fake. All green. Love it. Okay. Double check everything is good. Life is good. Okay. We also want to make sure. Wait a second. This should be tested in the create. I got so excited testing the correctness. This doesn't. Doesn't make sense to test that here either. Because we can just test against what we fed into it. Yeah, let's take that out. Here, what we should do is we should say get attribute, default, attributes, 0 index, and then we say that is result, and we say if not okay, a fatal error, we say failed to get attribute specified. And then we make sure we also say if result is not equal to default attribute score, we error. We say invalid score for you got this, wanted that, default attributes 0, result default attribute score. So that now, that's the thing we actually want in this test. And then we'll do the same thing where we just do a fake +1 here. This should now fail. Got 1, 1, and 2. That's correct. Our message is readable. Remove that. Go back. Now it passes. We now want a test for get attributes invalid attribute. Want to make sure that the error case, so if we, instead of getting that, we want foo attributes. If it is okay, we say bad results, invalid attribute should be false, or okay, value but was true, and then result is not -1. Invalid attribute score. This should be invalid result for bad attribute. And then we can take this out and just say, hey, that's what I wanted. Because test get attribute invalid. Attribute. Brilliant. We'll fake this. This runs. We fail. Our output's legible. Same thing here. Make sure it fails. Wait, what? Oh, I backed up too many times, I think. Here we go. Fails in the correct way. Put it back. Good. Out of an abundance of caution, just gonna repeat this. Yeah, I get the right answer. The right wrong. Okay, there we go. And what did I don't want to change that. You can keep your space. That's fine. Okay. Do this. Good. All right. Now, let's go to a little bookkeeping. So, this is going to need to happen. Can we push it off until after the map? Yes, because once we get all these pieces together, it'll be fine. And that's when we can start roughing in what that should look like for parsing some kind of a config. And that's going to become the default. And that will load. Okay, yeah. And that'll kind of help us to get started with the map version of the same thing. Where we'll need to map is going to be more complicated because we're going to have to be able to generate the config files. Which I think is going to be part of how we load a map as well that's saved. Because right now we just generate a new one on launch. We're going to have to eventually serialize that into something we can put in the database and load. So we'll have to kind of do both of those. So let's not support dynamic config. We want to support storing and loading map from database. That can come after this loosely. Yeah, that'll be fine, I think. Alright, stats are done. That's a thing. Let's go. Do this. Merge that in. We'll start on... Let's change this to notion of skills. And... go ahead and clean this up. Create a new branch. You can configure GitHub to auto-delete branch after merging. Yeah, I probably could, but I still have to clean it up from my local instance, so I just click the button to delete it. So skills. Let's think about skills. I didn't know about GitHub projects. Going to use a personal project now. I've seen you using this. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Apparently it's something that's flown under a lot of people's radar. I like a Kanban-ish board, right? This is not strictly Kanban. I've kind of broken things out into categories just for my brain. But I find it helps me to kind of organize my thoughts. There are a couple different, like you can have, I guess it's all the same. When you create a new one, there's a couple different options that you can use. So there's different stuff for, you know, whatever you prefer. And also welcome in. Okay, what does a skill look like to us? We might change attributes in the future in a similar way. but we probably don't want this to be... It will. Because we'll need to probably unmarshal into it. We probably want a skill score, let's say, and base attribute. We'll call that a string. And then skills will be... We'll still use a map of strings, and it'll be... Needs a name, too. It'll end up being the name of the skill, but we just need to be able to look it up dynamically and tell you whether or not that's valid, right? And then... like this. This will need... some defaults, probably. That'll be a sane way, I think. We'll say default skill bonus to say, like, if you pick... Or do we? No. It'll just be 0. Or... Because if you don't have a skill trained, you know, thinking in generic terms, it should still be valid. It's just going to give you a skill check on that. We'll just give it a base attribute or whatever. Yeah, so that's fine. But we will want skill names, and we'll call it list of strings. It can be, for now, let's say athletics, acrobatics, climbing. Well, that's... I don't want to get too specific. Perception. That'll be fine for just a placeholder. Because when we do the dynamic loading, we'll end up ripping this out and replacing it with a file that conforms. So this is good for now. Let's do create skill array, not in the programming sense, but in like the game sense. This returns a map string and skill. And actually, this should actually be a list of skills. A slice of skills. And let's call this default skills, because we need to know name. Oops. Athletics, score. Score 0. Base attribute. Yeah, this is where. Yeah, we'll throw an error on parsing if you booger this up. For now, this can be strength. And actually what we could do is do modifying attributes maybe. Let's not. We'll leave this for now and we'll do that. Because that's going to tie into the parsing, right? So acrobatics, score of 0, base attribute, agility, call that mind for now. And then you say 4, don't care about the index, skill, range, default skills. This is going to return a map, so we need make one, otherwise it'll be null. And we say result skill name equals skill. Brilliant. Turn the result. That'll get us a baseline to work with. Create character will also need skills. This will be create skill array. We'll make sure that we use it in our tests. This will be these are going to be broken until we fix it in the database, but that's fine. Not exist doesn't need it. Not exists. You. Not exist doesn't need it. You will. And this will be broken as well. Actually, we can't even put that in yet. That's fine. Okay. Load is broken. Yes, and that breaks because my diff which is annoying but fine. Okay. We'll have to go teach the database how to deal with skills as well. Before that, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so I will be right back. Much better. So, let's teach character database to think about skills. And we don't actually want it to think about the skill. What we do want it to do let's not mess with that just yet. We just want it to put it in there and read it back. And I think that an interface will work for this. Let's find out. Create a character. Skills. Map. String. Interface. And this will be let's do we'll make a mock skill, and it can have similar fields. And it won't matter if it gets a little out of sync. Mocks are always wrong, but in this case it won't matter if it gets a little out of sync because we're really just worried at this level about unmarshalling correctly. And if we say, do we want, yes, let's say S skill 1 is a mock skill, name is foo, score is 1, base skill full bar, and a skill 2 can be a mock skill, name will be bar, score will be 5, base skill will be bar foo. And then we can say this can be test skill 1 dot name, value will be test skill 1 2 dot name, test skill 2. Brilliant. Love that. And we'll just make sure that we use that in our testing. Catch the weirdness if it comes up. No char doesn't need it. Those don't need it either. So theoretically, because marshalling gets wonky. And also we should do no, that's fine. It's just a mock. I was thinking we should add BSON tags, but not in this case. It's because it knows what it is going in, and that is not the same thing as what would be the way. I wonder if this will make it comparable. I don't think, yeah. Go back to that. Or do I just convert? A thing to an interface. for comparison purposes, leave me alone, Stack Overflow. All of you off. Can't turn you off. Don't want to convert it to the given interface. I want to it comes out as a map. I could just call it that. Everybody wants to do it the other way around. That way is easy. I've never wanted to do it this way. Probably a sign that I shouldn't be doing it this way. Okay. What if... we do this, and we get rid of our mock, which is arguably kind of a better idea, but it's just not as nice to work with. And then in here we go and we say we're gonna have to type assert this as a string, but because we created it, we know that it will be. What do you still... oh. Helps if you have all the parentheses. That's actually... let's make this easier to read. Missed one. There we go. Now, theoretically, that should make it happy. No? It's coming out. Funky. Why is that? Let's look at the Mongo docs. Let's actually take a quick look. Before I get off into that too much, is this just a deep equal issue? I think it might be. Let's debug this. Skills. Key is foo. Interface. It's not on marshalling? Okay. Really don't want to duplicate the struct inside this package. Maybe it's inline. What does that do for me? Nothing. Still comes out with wonky stuff. Hmm. This is gamble. That's not what I want. Yes, this looks correct for what we're seeing. Oh, this is for... not quite. Not quite what I want. Um, this should be... Oh, you know what? I wonder... Nope, that's fine. We did export it. Oh, maybe that's... Let's do that. Let's do... Type... Yeah, it's gonna be just a skill, because it's inside a new package, that's fine. And then now you're a map of string and skill. Because I need to... Let's see if we can get it to... No, you won't let me. Okay. I don't know why that was a pointer. Wait a second. Put you back for just a second. Hit character by ID. Take that out. Did I just completely... No, okay. I forgot to take that out of here. That's fine. Okay, closer. Now it is just not happy. About this. That'll make it happy. Will that be a problem? Because int should be... Oop. Int should pick whatever, I believe, and go, as opposed to specifying int 32 or 64. Define package may name port. Take me to. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay, it's probably because it's getting marshaled as an int 32 because it's small. Which kinda makes sense, I suppose. I think load character... Oh, it's because it still dies down here. So for this, let's do a test function. We'll see. That. We'll give ourselves a helper. so we can compare. Do that up here. And then we can do because this needs to be that. Am I shooting myself in the foot here is the question. Solid maybe is the answer. Let me think whether or not this makes sense. I don't think there's a way outside of marshalling into bytes and then what if I'm doing this backwards? What if Does not emit anything here. And then up here, we just say, hey, that's what you are, my dude. And then back to our character database. You know. Oh, it's because and if we do that, then up here we switch this back to dot name. Now that's all happy again. We come up here and we can say, let's get rid of this. Rid of that. That becomes fine with that. And then all this goes away again. We need that. Oh, let's see here. Just double check that. Internal to character. This diff throwing errors on that is not super helpful. Let's do do that. Let's see if we can actually determine. Is this an error in deep equal? Now, I know why. I think it was because, yeah, it didn't actually create anything. Okay. No, maybe not. Maybe I lied. What did I mess up here? That array. Let me throw that in. And I forgot that. Ah. It's because not those. That's fine. Attributes. Same here, but backwards. It's a really bad error from deep equal there. Didn't really help me understand what was going wrong. But also need attributes, scales, scale array, scale array. What? Why are you suddenly mad about coordinates? We allow unexported on coordinates. You didn't care before. Expected result. Not that, what did we do differently here that it doesn't care? Let's do actually, hang on, let's take that out. Let's run this alone. And what? Why would you pass alone, but not with your friends? That's bizarre. Oh! Am I looking at the wrong... Played myself. This will fail because it didn't clean up. Ow. There we go. I missed one. And the names look similar because they go either direction. What a deal. Okay. Now that I have thoroughly foot-gunned myself, let's see. So that's passing. Let's double check. Life is good there. Let's break these up just for sanity. We'll put these into one commit. And then that can go up. Now, theoretically, from in here, let's say, let's just do a get skill. And it will return. Yeah, Intenbull is fine. We might want to switch this later on some kind of value, but maybe not also. Let's just for now, we'll say skills at skill name. If not okay, return -1, false. Otherwise, return skill dot score plus skill. No, this is C dot attribute. Oh, let's do this too. Base attribute is C dot attributes that if not okay, or do we? Yes. We don't have a log here, and we might want to add one. Or manager has a log. We might yeah, we'll worry about it later. Now, right now, we're just gonna fail. Otherwise, it gets to be to where it looks like it's working, but it won't be. So return the 2. And true. And then if we come in here to the character testing, it's going to look mighty similar. Except, let's double check that. Create character. Yes. Okay. This, instead of get attribute, get skill, default skill 0, name, because it takes a string for now. And then if the score is not let's do this actually. Right, because This should actually just be default attribute score. Then this is skill score. Name, result, expected score. So I didn't rename this. Like so. We need to give him a unique name. Like that. And then let's make sure like so. Excellent. Take that out. Back to working. This should be invalid skill name. And this should be if it's okay. Error. And then that. This should pass. If we do this, it should fail and tell us return true for a bad name. If this is 1, got -1. Good. Let's make a test for let's make sure this runs. We need to make sure we change the name. Get skill, bad name. Make sure this all runs with the rest of the test package or the package tests. Good. And then invalid base attribute. So what we want is to say dot skills at default skills 0 dot name equal the base attribute equals foo, and then we'll get, why can't I assign to it? can't do it all in my mind. Get skill. S skill. Name. For a bad base attribute. Or bad base attribute. We should have great success. We don't. Turn true for a bad base attribute. See what happens in here. We're looking for athletics. Oh. It's because map order isn't guaranteed. But if we refer to the same one, wait, no, that shouldn't be it, because these are both just slices. Let's run this again real quick. So we're looking for athletics. Character. Skills. Athletics. Base attribute. So my change didn't actually work. It's because these aren't pointers. So it's copying, I think. Question is, do we wish to change that? Probably. Or do we wish to just make a setter? Or maybe, because we're kind of conflating tests, right? If we do that. So maybe the more correct approach would be instead of modifying this, we say make a new skill. Its score is 4. Base attribute is food. S skill name equals S skill. And then we get the skill. We should rename these a little bit. We'll do it in a second. S skill name and that passes correctly. Let's make sure turn true for bad attributes. Fun. Invalid score. That's all correct. Take it out. That's good. Okay. I like that better. We will worry about setting skills later when we have the need to implement it for a reason, right? This will become, though, let's just put this into commit. And then we're going to put a rename skill score. And then this will be attribute score, because that's more correct to what we're actually returning from these. And just to be actually, this should be this, just to be pedantic and annoying. In case we happen to be looking at the database at some point, in debug, it helps to keep things tidy. Run that. Life is good. Like so. Okay. And then let's think. I think that's all we need for this particular task. Let's good. All things passing. We like it. Let's go ahead and merge it. And then we'll update our local. Tidy up. And that's gonna just about do it for today, I think. Let's just we'll do bookkeeping, take a couple minutes and do that. That is done. I don't know why I put it there. I should also... We're gonna archive these, I think. It's getting to be a long list. So put that in there. Archive all. Tidy our stuff up. And then we want, yeah, probably. This is gonna look similar, I think, to what we just did. Except we're gonna need to have the notion of like a timed debuff probably, or buff. How do we want to do that is the question. We'll think about that. That's an interesting question. Maybe we don't worry about that to start with. Maybe that becomes part of the task of having status effects. That's an interesting question, really. I'll have to kind of mull that over. Because we need something that runs asynchronously when it matters. You don't really want it running if there's nothing that's gonna fall off, right? A lot of times in like MMORPGs, if you have a static buff, a lot of the times they're implemented in a way where they are timed and then just reapplied, right? But that seems unnecessary. And I guess like a temporary buff should probably just be a status effect, and then we can worry about those as their own thing. And then we'll need something to like evaluate to make sure that so if you get a buff from a item, let's say, we need to be careful that we remove that buff when you unequip or drop or whatever the item, right? Which might be why they sometimes just do a reapplying. Interesting thought. And maybe that's where having an entity control system would come in, if that was just set to mind buffs, but then that seems pretty heavy-handed. And we don't want to get too many things changing stuff at the same time either. Otherwise we can get race conditions in trying to access parts of the character that could be changing. If we keep everything in the event loop, then we don't have to mutex the character, because just by nature it'll be serialized right at that event loop. We'll have to do we're going to do the simplest thing until it proves insufficient, right? That's just kind of the general idea. So we're just going to do it on the character at first, I think. And I think I like my idea of a buffs/debuffs field or property that's separate from a status effect, be that positive or negative effect, right? So I think we're going to go with that to start with. But we'll either work on this next time, or we'll be working through the Thorsten Ball book, depending. I'll try and take a little time and read the first couple pages of it. It just got here yesterday, so I haven't had time yet, but I'll look at it and see if I think it would be interesting to stream or not. But either way, if not, we'll be progressing with this next time, and I hope to see you all then. It's been a pretty productive day. Pretty happy with